Good morning, everybody. How you guys doing? All right. Why is that not working? All right. YouTube has me shadow banned today. Bullish. Where does God bless Jimmy Erica fit in here? It doesn't. What did RC say? Oh, you fucking bastard. Do I not get notifications about RC's tweets? Not anymore. Discord audio is on. Sorry about that, guys. Blink 3 times if it's really you. Ridiculous. 68th tweet. It's not enough. Love the options, educational. Thank you. Oh, thanks, Cockroach Rancher. I appreciate it, man. Thanks for all the info you give us every day. It really helps. No problem, dude. Thank you, P Longstock. Are you excited about your Assassin's Creed Black Flag NFT dividend? And why is the answer yes? I'm not, and I don't care. The answer is no. I wouldn't buy a Ubisoft game. GameStop gave it away for free. All hands on deck. What's SLD? Supplemental liquidity deposits. If you can't look away from her gaps, that's not your girl, Jimmy. That's Jimmy. Oh, ha. So most things today hinge on the Fed meeting. Bullish or bearish? I'm bullish on GME. I'm not feeling so hot about the market. SLD deposits begin today through Friday, which is historically not good. Powell's minutes are coming out, or the Fed minutes are coming out at 2 p.m. And news on the situation in Ukraine is mixed, to say the least. $222.22 is going to be epic. Fuck yeah, it is. Are you waiting to see how SLD plays out before getting more March calls? Yes, I am. Ding ding. Oh, yeah, right there. Any important news I missed since last Thursday? A bunch of political shit. There was a emergency Fed meeting on Monday. Um, that's about it. I would say the two most important things for hedging, Daniel, are closing price, and well, there's three. Price improvement throughout the day, right? As new options go into the money, there's more hedging that occurs. The second being closing price at the end of the day for any after hours delta hedging that occurs, and then finally closing price at end of the week, which matters because gamma exposure from those expired options is realized in the following T+2 days. Pee pee poo poo. Carl, you're a legend. Thank you. It's hammer time, Birch. Thank you for becoming a Cornishon, man. I appreciate it. Cornishon. Cornishon. UVXY seems crazy high IV, but that may be normal. To some extent. Well, we're gonna probably have our like early morning like CNS bump. Question is, will we break to 126 on it, or are we gonna get rejected here? $2 p.m. for the Fed minutes. 3K to go in Fidelity. I saw Ryan's tweet. Any thoughts on the theory that they may have used Russian news on Monday for early SLD deposits? Bullshit. SLD deposits are today. They begin today, they end Friday, and then they are returned next week. They're on a fixed schedule. Although, if they don't pull positions out of the SPY, then there's no market reaction, or not a significant one. SLD can be pretty short too, like October, where it was like one day. Why do you say OPEX is on the 22nd? T plus 2 plus 30. It's not T plus 2 plus 35C from January 21st. OPEX is T plus 2 from the expiration date on the 18th. It has nothing to do with FTDs. It's a gamma exposure event. Oop. No epic pen. Of course not. Just VOP. We'll see about that. Probably rejected at 126. Good morning, dank memes. Do you find the dates for SLD through FINRA? Believe it. Oh, I do check the pen before I start the stream, but sometimes it turns off. So when I start the stream, it works fine, and then it turns itself off. Because it's complete shit. $1.50 bid ask. Looks like 37 cents right now. $20,000 sell wall at 128. Yep. GameStop has a trademark G America, whatever. Who gives a shit? I'll say it. It's a dumb name. They operate in like 14 other countries. Audio on YouTube seems low today. Lately, I've had you at 70% volume, but today at 70%, it's quiet. I don't know what to tell you, man. Did I move this? Maybe that's moved. Oh, you know what it is? I fucking moved my mic. There. That's better. I'm like on sub on American. Gary, did you see the unusual whales tweet? No. Upstart dead? Fucking no, man. You only have 30 real viewers. Well, yeah, when you take a screenshot that's 30 fucking screen names in length. So looking at Upstart. Looks like they're having a interesting morning. Yeah, I would say this is going to come down or consolidate here. Unless volume starts to pick back up. There's a lot of selling going on into that. None of you guys are real. We already established this a long time ago that all of you are bots. So I am a meat popsicle. Worth putting puts on the spy today? I have some. I should probably be more clear on that. I have a straddle on the spy today. Is it better to buy fewer near the money March 18 calls or more out of the money March 18 calls? Better for what? Risk? or profits. Think back in August, SLDs were tracked and not much came of it. Really? I feel like I have to disagree with you on that. It was January's SLD dates were big down. As were December's and November's and October's and September's and August and July and June, May. April, not so much. April is very insignificant. But March was big down for SLD. So, seems like they there's an effect there. No? Can't believe it's been 3 months of listening to weird things like services behind a Wendy's dumpster, what's toast and what's not, and something about demand zones. Welcome to the club. We FaceTimed on my birthday. Hashtag not a bot. I mean, I wasn't there for long. It could have been manufactured. You said I was real before. Well, Charlie says you're not. So let's. Have you already said something about the 20K sell wall? Shit, I forgot to ask Charlie if his 369 cited documents are available on Audible through his Patreon. Shucks. I'll try to remember later. I was looking into your mouse problems yesterday after consulting with some guy. Likely problems too much drool. It's all the super chats, that really makes my mouth wet and gets me going. It's almost like you pay attention to long-term trends or something. I know. Feb FTD data out early. Yeah. I think we're gonna try to get that analyzed today. And if you're just gonna use data to prove your point, then sure, I guess. Diamond Dick. Thank you so much for coming to Cornichon, dude.
Welcome to Cornichon. Cornichon. Cornichon.
With my Feb 18th 210p on the spy print, probably not. What's your opinion on the FTD report being released early? They did this once before. You know what it is? Fuck it. I'm gonna go with my gut instinct on this one. The SEC is trying to undermine my due diligence. They're coming after me, guys. I don't know what else to say. They don't want people to know about all the FTDs created during the January window when we should have done big ups. No, they've fucked this up before. This isn't the first time they've released the wrong FTD data ahead of schedule. Are they avoiding showing Jan FTD data? I don't fucking know, man. So what you're saying is, in a nutshell, is that we'll have big ups today because of DRS, our negative beta, and Charlie's gun. Not his gun, but his ability to unplug the Citadel servers at any given time. Glider, Moist, thank you so much. Knew it. You're in a sarcastic, roguish mood this morning. I didn't sleep last night at all. What is DRS? I don't know. We get daily FTD reports just all at once, and they FTD for 14 days. The truth is, Charlie's vids is actually boss blunts. Think about it. Have you ever seen them in the same padded room? Breaking, famous pickle-based financial streamer trips over fiber optic cable, crashes into green screen, revealing Kenneth Griffin in the Citadel executive suite tub. That'd be amazing. I wish I had the capability to pull shit like that off. I don't know how. Can you even do that in a live stream? What I wouldn't give for just like a Hollywood SFX department so I can make things like that happen. Just, I would CGI so much crazy shit. Not SFX, FX. SFX is a stock. Ignore that. Why no sleep? Watching futures like a hawk? No, headache. Big thanks for your dedication. One question, why aren't sends squeezed already? Why the fuck is anybody playing this garbage stock? No, not migraines. Sinus headache. Allergies. Headaches aren't real. Well, thanks for letting me know that. Probably a tumor. $105 ETFs that has GameStop have FTDs totaling 30 million plus shares. XRT being 20 million of said FTDs. What say you, Pickle? Awesome. Look at my latest Discord message. What do you got? Where is it? Something about crime? Called the number on the SEC FTD site, and they sort of like, I have no idea what data you're talking about. Here's a number you can call. So needless to say, I have a number for a member of the SEC. Call them. Call them a bunch. That's how you get government information is you work your way up the chain of deferred responsibility. Like you call someone and they're like, that's not really my fucking job. Call this guy. And then you just keep moving. In no time, you're going to be talking to Daddy Gensler. Good on you, man. Blue light blocking glasses might help you out. Yeah, but they don't look good on me. Like the fucking stream, people. Jesus Christ. The chain of deferred response. Accurate description I've ever heard. Spy broke the chart. Sleeping's overrated. I'll sleep when I'm dead. Perhaps is eye strain. Have you adjusted the angle of the screen? It's definitely eye strain. I have a fucking like strobe light in my face all goddamn day. It's eye strain. I know what it is. Plus a sinus headache. Because my opponent, my neighbor has gotten one of those stupid fluffy fucking dogs. I don't know what it is. It's like a it looks like a hairball, like a giant white hairball. Get a view op riot helmet with a blue light blocking visor. Rename yourself Pickle Warrior. I can clip things now? Yeah. Go nuts. Guys, don't forget, if there's parts of the stream that you want to remember forever, tag the timestamps in the clips channel on the Discord, and we'll be sure to pack them into a video for you once in a while. Me saying chilly things, funny moments, that kind of stuff. It's not a Pomeranian. Yeah, one of those annoying Samoyeds, Samoyed, whatever the fuck it's called. Came home yesterday. I found my copy of Options as a strategic investment on the floor. My girlfriend was using it to keep the corner of a new rug down. You could also use it to rob the Federal Reserve. You would just chuck it at the vault and smash the door down. Are we inversing the market? Like a tiny bit. We're stabilized against the market, which is bullish as fuck, by the way. I think I can do it on my end now. Like the YouTube clipping feature. What's your take on the upcoming Google split? So this week, actually, I started selling cash secured puts on Google. I'm going to continue into the split, but selling them nearer and nearer the money as the split approaches. Trying to reduce just my entry cost basis. I have 50 shares of Google now. I'd like to pick up another like 200 if I can. I want to sell covered calls on that and not work. Bring back the cookies hat, you coward. The last time I wore the cookies hat, the stock price plummeted. It was not bullish. I don't have a mullet. Yeah, only 1 minute though. I also got a survey about your video today. This is awesome. Bullish as fuck, but we're still under 130. I mean, this is very good. How does a covered call work? You sell a long call and you receive the premium. It's like the opposite of buying a call in every way. Check DMs. Thank you so much. That's fucking awesome. I've ascended. I've ascended. Oh, I never have to clip anything again. You haven't slept in weeks. None of these viewers are real. GameStop squoze over a year ago. Moonwind is your alcoholic cousin Antonio. Wake up, Giuseppe. Wake up. Good FUD. Questions are good. I have a list of quotes from you for my future rotating t-shirt wardrobe, and I don't have a bullet. I don't have a mullet. Just move to the top. Thank you. Somebody in here used to have a list of my quotes. Is this MOASS? Probably. Rich people don't drive backwards. Only quote we need. Don't ask if this is MOASS until the button is on the screen. It's true. Is moving the opposite of the SPY a strong indicator? Yeah. I'm not ignoring you. What's up, poker? At what open interest on the call chain would you consider too low? What do you mean, Bardo? Like, I mean, if OI on a specific strike is really low, it's harder. Like, given that basically all of our price action is driven by FTDs and hedging, then low OI at a specific strike makes it harder to move past that point. So it acts as a greater resistance to upside movement. Sativa and a pickle, Puffin Sativa and a pickle on YouTube told me this. Probably MOASS. Riku, loving the pickle. Thank you so much, Cockroach Rancher. You're in a good mood today. Someone's options are green. Is that 20K sell wall gone? I think it just got blown up. Here we go. Okay, crossing this is very good. You think today's price action thus far is FTD's GEX or pre-hedging OPEX? I think it's still a tiny bit early for them to be pre-hedging OPEX. I think we'd start to see that more tomorrow and Friday. But it could be. Be warned that this week's consistent increase in price could reduce the potential of next week's run. Not that we won't run next week, but it could be lower volume. I mean, if they're trying to protect short volatility because they don't have an entropy swap in place, then they do not want the price to go up quickly. What's up, Madara? Do you think... My most common phrases after listening to you almost a year when my significant other asks questions, probably, potentially, and that's not how that works. I'm glad I've been a positive influence in your life. Below what OI wouldn't you buy? Oh, if I'm searching for like liquidity, probably any strikes under like 500. Don't get me wrong, if we run, liquidity will present itself. I mean, it doesn't matter as much for options that I intend to have go in the money, but for out of the money strikes, you want to be conscientious of the OI. You want it to be high. People asking about MOASS. When it happens, you won't have to ask. Yeah, I know. Would you rather see them pre-hedge OPEX or wait and violently move up next week? I'd much rather have violent upside. I don't. So if our run is stabilized and we're not gonna, if we're not gonna like short squeeze, then yeah, I would want that run to occur very quickly in a short period of time with lots of volume in order to pump the fuck out of the IV. If we are gonna mass, I don't give a shit. I just want the stock to go up. Why is there no short pressure in the last few days? They've run out of ammo. I told you guys for 2 months that the shit they were doing was not sustainable. This is the realization of that. Eventually, the bills come due. Yeah, they're likely long AMC volatility and short GME volatility. The reason being because AMC is able to generate far larger quantities of volume, so it acts as a very good hedge. I think we noticed in some of the swaps data between AMC and GME that the swaps are opened on the same dates. So hopefully there's more we can dig out of that. It's a bitch to get through all that information. It's going to take a little while. What's your opinion on BBIG? Is it a good stock for short gains? It's a big piece of shit and it will burn the fuck out of you. I know it looks attractive. It's nice and cheap options, but actual garbage. Message to you in Pigeon Whale chat. That's exciting. Reasonably sure today is the SLD deadline for the deposit. Monday was the calc date, and they have until close today to get it in. Relevant data attached. Second day prior to the applicable options expiration period. Fifth day prior to. So Friday was the calculation date, and today is the deadline. Yig, is that what you're saying? So I thought they had till Friday to turn that in. What's the next resistance that you have identified from here on? We have some resistance on this upper trend. Here at like 140, 140.50. And we have resistance here at 138. This will be the hardest one. Is like there's also resistance at 130. It's minimal, and although it's supported by the options chain, we don't have a lot of historical rejection from this price point. So we'll see how strong this one is. I mean, they'll deposit at the last possible minute in order to keep their money on the table as long as possible. And I'd imagine this week they're definitely waiting for the Fed announcement. Any takes on Ryan's tweet? No. Does the fact that we're inverse the market right now mean we might see money flow into GME if Fed news is bearish? It could, but that's more of like a drastic scenario. That's like the Fed breaks bad news and the market takes a massive hit. GME is stable. And then, you know, as other positions in the market are sold off, GME becomes attractive as a place to park money. But that's more of like that's more of an extreme scenario. That's like a really steep correction or a crash. At what point would we know whether or not we will MOASS? We really need to break that resistance at 350 in order to confirm any kind of squeeze scenario, and we would need significantly more volume than we're seeing right now. Feb 18 200C has 10K OI. Yeah, so institutions have been selling like large lots of what appear to be like PMCCs. So they're selling an out of the money call and buying a closer strike, like a lower strike. It's like a debit spread. Just harvesting free premium, essentially. Play for pores. If one holds two contracts and it prints up to 100%, sell one to cover the cost of the second to preserve capital, or hold on to the ground. Both of those sound like not great ideas. I am chill. Volume would be super high in pre-market if that were the case for MOASS, correct? We would see probably significantly increased pre-market volume. Are you selling CCs at 250? No. Selling way out of the money weekly calls, same like infinite money glitch. Sure. I mean, until it's not. If we break 350 to 500 and stay there for a week or longer, do we have to wait for margin calls and after that T plus 30 days the price to jump. Possible. We've never stayed in that range for very long. So yeah, we might have to wait for margin call. I mean, the margin call would occur and fail if we stayed there, right? And then there could be a delay before the price continued to run up. Although if the risk presented is high enough and lenders recalled their shares, you have to remember, if lenders want to sell, they have to recall, right? So even if they want to capture profits, they have to recall their shares. This is the benefit of GME moving very, very high to the upside and also very, very low to the downside. That's why it's, not in the short hedge fund's best interest to tank or raise the price too much and to keep it within a channel where institutions will accept the price movement. Do you have any clue why Citadel bought GME shares? Hedge fund. One more time. Hedge. It's the first word. Fund. Christ. Public sell walls barely matter. Big sell walls are in the dark pools. I mean, they just use conditional orders. They don't like to use sell walls that much because they're visible, right? They're telegraphed. So it's better to place conditional orders, which are, algorithmically executed. So like if GME hits 129, sell 500 shares, and like just keep repeating that over and over and over, right? And that way they don't show up in the order book. What's the theory behind why 113% SI popped up? There was SI that was exposed during a period where data was collected. It's pretty simple. Most glitches aren't glitches in the sense that the information is wrong. They're usually glitches in the sense that it's just information that shouldn't be seen or reported. So they will unleash the MOASS when every smart party has hedged their position, even the ones that are short, and they can all make some money out of it. Yeah. Fed announcements at 2 p.m. How many GME shares do you own? Enough. Have you read the GME report by one of those professors claiming the SEC report was flawed? Any thoughts on that? I think their analysis of the SEC report was a bit flawed. Maybe intentionally. They're making a claim for retail collusion, which is laughable. I've had Defaras. It's good. It's not my favorite, but it's good. Cheesesteak with or without cheese whiz? I don't like cheese whiz. It's ugh. American cheese is fine. Like if you want something melty. I know it's like the traditional way, but it's disgusting. Is this MOASS? I don't know, Keith. What do you think? 4.2 million shares of exposure, Feb 14th. Was this a nothing burger? Yeah, I think so. Not necessarily a nothing burger, but some different strategy that we're unaware of. In your opinion, do very old books like Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets still hold up today? I still think it's one of the best entry level books for learning technical analysis. There's more to learn, but not much. At least on the technical analysis side. It pretty much covers all the important stuff. And so yeah, even though it is dated, I mean, technical analysis doesn't really change. It's based off theories that were created in the 30s and 40s. Which hedge fund you at, bro? You're too smart to be trading at home. I'm too smart to work at a hedge fund. Why trade other people's money when I could just trade my own? 8% of the profits versus 100%. It's a better deal. Um, what do you say us not going down limits our potential gains? Wouldn't we keep going up, just not as violently? Not going down limits our potential gains. No, if they're pre-hedging OPEX, it limits the potential for the run. So if they have X amount of gamma exposure over here in the T+2 window, and they cover X minus, 50% in the days leading into it, then there's only 50% of the exposure remaining here, right? And so if they don't, then we get 100% of the exposure all at once, which condenses price action, right? And if all that price action is distilled into 1 or 2 days, like Tuesday, Wednesday, then the upside is more violent, which drives up IV and can, drastically improve price performance over that period. You had Sally's in New Haven? No. I've been to 2 pizzerias in New Haven. One was called Modern Pizza or something like that, and I've been to Frank Pepe's. There's things about New Haven pizza I don't like, but there's a lot of things I do like about it. It's a weird. It's different. Conservative estimate for OPEX. Do you think anything close to last Feb in terms of volatility? With the current gamma maximum and the chain the way it looks, I would say 140 to 160 is my conservative estimate. We could hit 180. A break of 180, like beyond 200, let's say, like 200 to 225, I would say is highly unlikely. But if it happens, maybe an indication that we're going to continue price improvement through March 10th. Which means if this is the case, we could easily see 300 to 350. But this is very speculative, right? So as far as conservative estimates go, I would say that this is most likely. This would be nice, but less likely. This is probably not going to happen, and if it does, then this is more likely, right? So if this occurs, then there's potential for this. But these are both extreme. They would require a shift in general sentiment towards GameStop, and probably a mainstream media push and discussion of the current price action. I don't know anything about AMCX. Everything's been crashing on earnings lately. Wouldn't it make sense for them to cover hedge OPEX now in case the Fed news is bullish, and if it's bearish, short it down below 100? If they could, I don't know how much shorting they can do currently until they clear up some of these outstanding obligations in the last couple of months. Their ability to short the stock is waning, right? We've already seen a massive reduction in the money puts. Almost to the point where they're barely being used and only to just support already strong resistance levels. Share utilization is very high. It's not necessarily 100%. I know Ortex data, but Ortex sucks dick. But with the share availability that we have visibility over, I would say there's not a lot to borrow left. And if they start tapping into that, they start to risk increasing the overnight rate. And if the rate gets to a point where it's no longer profitable, essentially, to short GameStop, that puts them in a bit of a sticky wicket, if you will. In an effort to dispel internal FUD, what would you say to rebuttal the thinking that I am a bag holder? I mean, no, you're just a long-term investor, right? Bag holder has a negative connotation in the sense that the price of the asset that you own will never realize the value that you paid for it. I don't think that's the case with GameStop. If you're defining bag holder internally as you've only bought the stock for a short squeeze and have no faith in the future of the company, that's another story. Can you start MOASS next week while I'm on vacation with my wife's family and I can rub it in my brother-in-law's broke ass face? Love all you do. Just do it anyway. Right? Biggest dickus. Majority of my position has become long-term holdings. Huzzah. I need 8 more days, Carl. 8 more days, and over half of my shares are will be long-term holdings. A little over half. Post MOASS, what price do you see GME at long-term? 350 to 500 for the next like 3 to 5 years. As long as there's no change in the size of the float. Basically, you study futures, then place options bets on companies correlated to said futures and future delivery windows. No? I've only just started fucking around with futures. They're awesome. But I feel like it's a slippery slope and I should stay away from them. Nice try, Stefan. It's okay. I'd tell you if you got it right. You'll be able to use all the new stock market things you've learned whilst DDing GME on other stocks in a post MOASS market. Oh, I already do. There's so much information I've picked up in the last year that I never would have fucking paid attention to if it weren't for GameStop. Lots of it profitable. Futures aren't the same as options. They do have more risk, but they also have way more leverage. That's why. But they're not exactly the same. I was talking about how you consistently know when a stock will run and then get options. Oh, I'm just really good at this shit, dude. I'm over here single-handedly saving the market. I got the second in command of the FOIA office's direct line. Fuck yeah, dude. Look at you go. The amount of here's the tricky part for them with hedging OPEX is that by driving the price up, so it's not all, you know, unicorns and rainbows for the hedge funds to pre-hedge OPEX. See, by hedging in advance of the expiration date, they actually drive more contracts into the money as opposed to if they had left it flat. And this is a risk assessment they will make, right? On which is more valuable for them. By driving more contracts into the money, they then potentially increase the positive gamma exposure moving into the T+2 window. Does that make sense? So if they drive too many contracts into the money, they create far more risk for themselves. They also drive in the money contracts deeper into the money, which makes exercising them, you know, more likely. So it's a balancing act. And with options interest picking up the way it has, I don't know I don't know how much they're going to want to drive those 130, 140, 150 contracts into the money because there's a lot of them. So sometimes it's better to run it on a Tuesday when not a lot of exercise will occur, right? Or a Wednesday. Because A, this isn't a Friday. Options bought, Monday or Tuesday morning are more expensive because there's more time to expiry, right? So this isn't like zero DTEs aren't available. So the price of weeklies is higher, and if you can complete the whole run in these 2 days, it's very unlikely that a lot of options will be exercised, right? Retail will basically not exercise any if a run occurs in the early part of the week. Most of it will be cash settled, which is advantageous, as we know, for them. Do you believe they've found an entropy swap partner? I don't know, but entropy's on the move, so. So in other words, hedgies are fuck in a shitty position. Not necessarily fuck. Don't go too far with it. But yeah, it's not a great position to be in. What price is the call put ratio flipping? I believe we're above it. 120 was it? I think it was 120. They could be selling borrowed shares into their own buy pressure. Struggle works. If the daily MACD could flip, that'd be great. Is it negative? No, daily MACD bullish as fuck. Are you talking about on the SPY? A little weird on the SPY. Yeah, it doesn't look good. The technicals on the SPY do not look bullish right now. I will say that. Mr. Finch, thank you for becoming a Cornishon, dude.
Cornishon. Cornishon.
Thank you for the most frustrating and sometimes exhilarating 7 months of my life. Please be over. Please, MOASS. I beg you. Thank you, Ghost of Dan. I appreciate it, man. With long dated calls, are they then kicked out past OPEC settlement when they fail and thus less added to the GEX after the T plus date? Actually, long dated calls ensure that they have to hedge more delta when covering the GEX. Might have missed your thoughts on it, but what do you think about Yuxtel's analysis of today being the last day of SLD? Not sure if it's with the usual pattern given yesterday's slight uptrend. So SLD, not really my thing. As I understood it from the people that had done the research directly on it, SLD deposits continued T plus 2 days from their due date, which is Wednesdays. So they had like a little bit of time to finalize their deposits into Friday. He's indicating that they end on Wednesday. Either way, they would want to wait until the very last minute, especially with the Fed announcement coming up today. So because they want that money working for them as long as possible before they have to deposit it. I think we're gonna have a pretty wild end of day past 2 p.m. to be honest. Whatever comes out of the Fed meeting today and actions due to SLD deposits are going to be probably realized very quickly and volatilely. That's not a real word. Maybe it is. Does the high utilization prevent another 50% down post OPEX, or can ETF creation, CNS internalization do it again? Also, are the prime brokers internalizing? Probably not. The primes don't really handle order flow except for maybe like GS. So yeah, it's unlikely that the primes are internalizing. As far as the rest of it, yeah, by settling those OPEX obligations, they free up their ability to once again use ETF creation, CNS internalization. So yeah, they essentially OPEX is the pressure valve, and when it blows, they can go back to operations as normal. Which is sort of what we see with entropy, right? Is the amount of effort put into dropping the price. Which stock is Jamie most correlated with? Probably COS. I think COS has the highest correlation. It's pretty correlated with DDS as well. Any of the low liquidity basket stocks, really. There's looser correlation with AMC, Macy's, Nordstrom's, BBBY. What are your thoughts on June 680s? Have you bought any yet? No, but I was thinking about buying some. They're kind of pricey. And a little further out than I need them to be. Like, I like the Vega sensitivity, but last I looked, they were kind of absurdly priced. I'd rather, I mean, I have like 10, 20, no, because I sold the other ones. I have 10 March 320s. Which I feel like, at $100 less are still gonna realize a pretty nice chunk of the IV. I believe there's April 14th 500s, 510s. These are also probably better than June 680s. As an IV play, I like all of those a lot more. Where's the Gaga Gherkin style guy? I don't know. He's around somewhere. It's set at closing on the 18th. It would actually be set at the close of the options. So set at the close of the options market on Friday. So after market close, 4:15 p.m. How big is this 130 wall? I mean, the problem with 130 is we need something else to push us up. There's not a lot of open interest after 130. So after we cross 130, like 131, 132, 133, like until we hit 135, there's just not enough open interest to keep that pressure going. And so it's filled in a little bit since yesterday. There's a little more. 135 is fine. 140 is very good. It's just, yeah, the range from here to there is just kind of a little dead. So we need that hedging from yesterday. We need those FTDs to help with price improvement. Maliciously? I don't know if that works. It's pronounced bigly. Yeah, I know about the RC tweet. If primes aren't internalizing, who is market makers? Yeah, market makers would internalize, and most order flow internalization would be passing through Citadel as the DMM for GameStop on NYSE. So it would be the exchange's DMM. I know Virtu's internalized GameStop orders in the past as well, probably to offset the obligation and prevent risk to the market structure back in last January. But yeah, Citadel's the DMM, so all order flow passes through them. When big institutions put in big out of the money calls with far strikes, do they actually think it will hit? Or are they just playing IV or both? I mean, it could be both, right? If it hits, awesome for them. If it doesn't, they just get free money from selling the premium. Stools seem like shares. The shills have mostly dried up. I mean, they're in the Reddit post if you want to talk to them. When big institutions are put seem like shares. Thank you, Mark, by the way. What are pink sheet stocks? OTC? Like OTC penny stocks? Do sold options have delta? Of course. Well, sold options increase the OI at a strike. This is good. If we can cross 135, we have a very good shot of moving up to our 138.38 test. What's especially good about this is even though the market is stagnant, we're still increasing in price. What's at 137? There's nothing at 137. Gap fill from when? There's no gap. Not a relevant one. $30-minute? No, there's no gap. If it's on like the 5 or 1, it's really just not that relevant. I don't see any gaps at 137, dude. What the fuck is Boom Hunter? What does this oscillator actually track? Is it just like is it just like a moving average with gap fill indicators? Glitter Map, thank you for becoming a Cornishon, man. I appreciate it.
Cornishon. Cornishon.
Gravity indicator, the attempts to show possible breakout and or pivot points. I don't see how I could do that on GameStop without options data. There's no sentiment based price flow on GameStop. Almost 100% of our volume comes from options hedging. So unless it can track open interest, I don't see how like live gex. So it's just a momentum oscillator. Sounds like Elliott waves. Not a fan. What run didn't I call the past few weeks? Do you not like Elliott waves because you can't swim? I don't like them because they're wrong constantly. They're just not good on a stock with as low market interest and or market participation and massive short interest as GameStop. Elliott waves are fine on shit like the SPY or Bitcoin, where sentiment is more noticeable. Not my favorite, but better. December and January ring any bells? Yeah. I'm not sure what your point is there. They shorted under gamma exposure. I also called this run in fucking November. Fuck, I called the run on February 8th in November. If this is a pissing contest. Lucky guess, yeah. In November, you said that every option in the November chain would hit. It did. Even 950s for January were up like 300%. Yeah. You didn't call my minivan breaking down? I'm sorry. You see us continuing to run today. If we can break 135. It'll also depend on the Fed action at 2 p.m. This is the break before 1269. I mean, it's just midday low volume. Coffee. My portfolio just turned green. Get ready for the reversal. If you had to guess, how many basis points today? On what? The market? I think IV on GameStop is pretty low right now compared to the last couple weeks. The further out you buy, the lower IV will be at the money. I mean, in the past, historically, it's been good to buy at, IVs below 100, but IV's been elevated since end of December. So, if you can get it, below 120, that's probably pretty good. I forget what it was at this morning. Second, let me check. IV at like 104 right now, 104ish, or was it open today? It's probably a little higher now, but locally decent. It's the best IV we've had since January 4th, or fairly close to the best IV we've had since January 4th right now. So do with that what you will, I guess. RC tweeted this morning, do you think you're a good person? Define good. We have a max at 120 and 150 as my peaks. Peak from 149 to 150. Okay, yeah, that sounds about right. Ray vacation. That's what I was thinking. I know it's moved up a little since last week, but Yelia has been away, so I was curious. Thanks for letting me know. How do you feel about the Charlie's vids call out? Oh, I don't give a shit. He's insane. I don't care what he has to say. Do you know that Vanguard does now allow pre-market trades and only allows limit trades and aftermarket from 4 to 5 p.m. Fidelity and TD Ameritrade are 7 a.m. pre and 8 p.m. for aftermarket trades. Cool. IBKR and WeBull allow you to start trading at 4 a.m. So that's fun. Actually, WeBull might be 7. No, WeBull's 4. WeBull and IBKR let you start trading right when pre-market opens. That's on Citadel's buying shares on GME. Hedge fund. Good as in you give more than you take and do so with good intentions. Yeah, I would say that all of this is done with good intentions. What are your thoughts on the Wedbush guy saying Jamie is Al Qaeda? I have no idea, man. I think TDA allows pre-market trading fairly early, don't they? I don't have TDA, so I'm not sure, but I thought they had trading at market open as well. I'm up 50% on 150 calls, 68% Moon. TDA 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. That's lame. What nonprofits will you start once you have $1 billion? Whichever ones defer the most taxes. Double top, double top, double top. IBKR and China Bull plow everything through the dark pools and make bank off arbitrage. So does everyone else. If your broker's not making bank off arbitrage, the fucking market makers are, so it doesn't matter. No, there's still room for it to be a double top. You buying weeklies for next week? And if so, when? After 2 p.m. today, probably. Some. I'll buy some next week too. Any update on DDS? It's actually a good question. No. It's pretty stabilized. We'll see. It runs on OPEX, so. When did DRS shares have been yesterday on the 15th? 15th and 30th, right? Do you think the NFT marketplace is already priced into GME? I mean, everything we know about it theoretically should be already priced into GME. But yes, the realization of it would bring on a reassessment of that price. Are my questions not worth answering? I don't know. Did you tag me in them? I didn't see them. Molly Fool now writing that GME is a goodbye. Is there a website that shows GME's OPEX dates? I have it on my chart that I shared. Lol, nothing is priced into GME. Literally nothing. That I don't agree with. Did you see the Louis Theroux doc on Sunday? No? FTDs hit the price in the options chain or just the buy sell book? What? What? What does that even mean? With regards to OPEX dates, which chart are you talking about? The daily TA chart? No, the trading view chart I shared on Discord. Is there no accurate website that tracks OPEX? It's something that has to be figured out. I mean, it's on the CBOE options expiration calendar, Stefan. You'd get a lot less hate if you just tell us exactly what to buy and when and front us the money to do so. I know. They're just, when they were cleared through CNS, Alan, it's just whatever the trading price is. Market price. Trying meat futures, but can't beat the market. Tried my hand in many strategies, even just holding, but meat is still hard and I can't get anything out of it. Would looking at dicks help me beat it? Maybe. I mean, you could try. Call value is dominating. Puts today 3-1, 12.2 to 3.9 million. Yeah, you really seen it. SLD does to the market. So generally, there's a lot of sell-offs in order to generate liquidity for the deposits, and so you usually see a dip in the big SPY holdings, like big S&P 500 companies, as they sell off positions in order to make their deposits. And sure, is this pre-hedging for the upcoming OPEX? And are you going to play IV on weeklies next week? I'm going to do a bunch of things with weeklies next week. Is this pre-hedging for OPEX? We won't know until after OPEX. If OPEX is a big volatility event, then this is likely not pre-hedging, but it could be. We have a lot of other things driving our current price improvement, and so it's probably not pre-hedging. But remember, pre-hedging drives even more options into the money. Since the 8th, you know, they've driven about $40 of the call chain into the money, so it's not necessarily beneficial for them to pre-hedge. Are you into NFTs at all? Not really. Why'd you see AMC won't see $20 again last week? Uh-oh, because I hate AMC. Russia failure to withdraw can be confirmed through commercial satellite imagery. Interesting. Theoretical peak of VIX today between 2 and 4 p.m. It depends on what Powell says. Not even sure why you're still streaming when Charlie just ended your career. Do you even free float, bro? I don't get it. I haven't seen whatever he's saying. I don't care. It's not worth my time or effort to deal with insane conspiracy theorists. I think GME is Backstreet Boys and AMC is Maroon 5. More like AMC is Three Doors Down. Thank you. Like, okay. Yeah, confirm double top. But the consolidation level is just right here at like 130. So it's not like it has to drop a lot, right? The fuck? He called you an idiot for saying that the float can be owned by retail. I don't feel like I said that. I'm pretty sure the exact thing I said was that it is likely that retail owns most of the float. It's possible that they own all of it, but I didn't say it was likely. Since most of this price action isn't retail, I feel like people buying calls is like annoyingly poking them. Yeah. People buying calls is a little more than just poking them. Calls are leveraged positions. So with a similar amount of capital deployed, far more share leverage per dollar spent. Also options hedging puts to the lit exchange. So it's kind of like poking them with a sharp stick in the ribs. Oh, I said I definitely don't think anybody owns the float multiple times over. It's like you said shill and they all came out of the woodwork. Have you seen Morant's theory that GME is owned by retail? Check out the vid and let us know what you think. I mean, it's false because GME's got 40% institutional ownership. I mean, the way I look at it is we didn't own the float during the shareholders meeting. On 6-9, right? We did not control the float based on the vote count. Every excuse in the book has been made to say that, you know, the vote count is incorrect, but assuming that the data we have is correct, you know, the data given to us by GameStop and computer share on that vote count, and then, you know, with 12 million shares sold over the following weeks into August, it's highly unlikely that 100% of the float is owned by retail. I would say probably like 80%, which would give us like 120% overage. Not everybody voted, whatever. Not all the institutions voted, so yeah. Counts are normalized, blah, blah, blah. I think the fact of the matter is that a very small percentage of institutions actually participated in the voting. And the retail participation was, you know, like in what was it, like 60%. So, you know, it's still unlikely that 100% of the float was owned, especially immediately after the shareholders meeting with 12 million shares being bought, which would take about 14 years for retail to buy at the current rate that they purchase shares. So but it doesn't matter, right? Like you don't need 100% of float ownership for the stock to squeeze. I think all that matters is that 100% of the float is owned. Yeah. Have you read the rest of Get It Got's fucking posts though? I agree the methodology in the Google survey was solid. AMC is not even close. We're fucking the float on AMC is like 500 million shares. Can you please stop panhandling and begging for super chats and donations all the time? Oh, and not copy DD2. Yeah, haters are gonna hate. Whatever. I don't care. Let's move on. The best thing you can do for people like that is ensure their irrelevancy. In their desperation to stay relevant, they will say all kinds of shit. At the end of the party, in your opinion, what advantages that DRS can bring to the price? It drives illiquidity, which makes options more profitable. I don't see a gap between 130 and 137. At least not on a time frame that I would want to see it on. Pretty much every gap up to 180 was filled on January 6th after hours. There's some gaps below us. I object to how little you ask for likes. Honestly, you're too humble. Me? Humble? Is this your first day here? It's more of a retest level than a gap. You said it was a gap. James Rowland. Don't fall into that trap of not sticking with your guns on TA. Reddit will eat you alive for that shit. If you're wrong, be wrong. If you're right, stick to it. What would the significance of the block trading problem of Archegos mean? That's a weird question. Do you want to expand on that a bit, Shroomy Boom? Have you re-upped the nut meat? I did. I went to Trader Joe's last night. I've fully restocked on nuts. I haven't mixed them together, but I have added some really interesting there's some interesting additions to the D's nuts mix. I've gotten some dark chocolate orange sticks, which are fantastic. I saw a gap on TradingView Jan 10th from 139 to 135. What time frame? The 1 hour? There's a gap on Jan 7th through Jan 10th, but it was filled on Jan 5th. Are you talking about the Jan 7th gap down? That was the filling of the previous gap from Jan 6th, dude. Yeah, that's backfilled already. Do you have your after hours on? Turn your after hours on. You're not wrong about 130, like 138 being a resistance level. There is a inception, like a inception point there because of the 140 calls. So as we move into that and that gamma ticks up from like 0.4 to 0.5. I think if you look on the 15, there's a small like verifiable gap right around 130. Are you seeing this one at like 136? Hold on, 138. 97 to 139.27. It's tiny, but there is one there on the 15. I don't know if it's worth filling. You know, not all gaps fill, but Computer Share did not and does not count the vote. Broadridge did. CS has no visibility to proxy stuff on brokerages only within their system. The float data is provided by CS. They're the transfer agent. They log it. But yes, I know Brokerage was the one that counted it. But all the float data comes from CS. You see it? Okay. That's probably the gap, but it's not only is it an after hour fill, it's on a really low time frame for this far out. I mean, like, if we could fill it to the upside just because we're moving to the upside, but it's not necessarily I really don't think it's going to be like a momentum trigger. I think the 2,000 open calls or 6,000 open calls. Hold on. Let me check the call volume at 140 real quick. 90-day expiration. We got about 4,000. 4,000 OI at 140. That can drive momentum. But we need something to get us there. That's the fucking problem right now. Why do they aim for gaps? What's the point benefit of that behavior? Well, they tend to aim for them in the short term. Long-term gaps aren't necessarily filled because they internalize order flow and they want to print those orders at a specific price. And so they'll aim for that gap in order to dump that order flow there and profit off of the arbitrage. So if they can take, buy orders at, 125 and fill them, at like 118, they get a profit off that difference. While also ensuring that their book is balanced, right? Maybe we could talk about the gap that's at 291. That's my favorite one. JFresh, the quants needs you. What's happening? Quant things? Should I be aware of something that's going on here? XRT put open interest percent change. What am I supposed to be looking at, guys? The updated second half of Jan data has been uploaded. Can you call the cat to process? Just tag him. He's probably at work. He said he's busy this week. Hopefully he can process it like tonight or something. But yeah, I think he's busy. No, there's massive gaps on all kinds of shit that have never filled. Normalized dicks to S&P 500 on Feb 10th was 100%. As a percent has happened since about June 2020. Significant? Maybe. Theta and out of the money change rapidly. Decays faster. Alien. Alien, where are you from? Alien Maverick. Ah, okay. So I'm not trying to be mean to you. It's just I can see that there's like a language barrier there. So thank you for re-asking the questions in a way I can understand. Buona notte. I've never been mean to Carl, unless he's asked me to be. Fidelity out of shares. I don't hate you, Moon. It's just that you don't listen, and then you say you're going to stop doing things, and then you keep doing them, and then you're upset that you've done them. Like a child. Like a moon, you're a moon child. Narrative about false Russian withdrawal. Picking up steam. Good reason for afternoon dip. I mean, generally, if you're going to use artillery bombardment on a target, you pull out your forward troops. So like whoever's deployed on the border, they get pulled back so they can fire big bombs and go boom. Otherwise you shoot your own people, which is like, it's been done, but it's not the best tactic. Also, since apparently everyone knows that Putin's invasion schedule. Maybe he's trying to mix it up. You play a lot of Risk? No. It did when I was little, I guess. It was one of the games I had in my house. Am I wrong? Did the Marines shoot artillery into their own troops? Quarter pounder? My disclaimer, not a tactical military advisor. I guess you could move him to the sides. In Discord, there's SLD ends today. Deposits for SLD. If you're new to this, don't trade multi-leg option strategies. What strategies are you looking at after FOMC minutes? I.e., if GME tanks because the market tanks, are you buying calls after it stabilizes at certain price points? Yeah, I would buy calls after it stabilizes. What if I told you I found a leading price action indicator for GME? Would you YOLO 0 DTEs with me? Fuck yeah. What are we doing? Turd. I trust your analysis. Let's go. DM me. What are we talking about? I've never seen you lose money on 0 DTE options. I mean, just that one time when Adam Aaron sold the top, right? But fuck that guy. I think they have 2 more days to settle those deposits, if I'm not mistaken. Or at least from what I know on the previous DD done on SLD. But I'll have to look into it after the stream. I don't have time to do it right now. You mentioned earlier about volatile afternoon after the minutes are unsealed. If you had to speculate, do you think it works in our favor, or would you speculate that we see some downside? I think that would depend on how extreme the market's reaction is. I think we have a lot of ability to resist a downside move in the overall market right now. And the longer we can resist that, the more attractive GameStop becomes as something to buy into, even for the short term, right? So institutions can start pumping money into GameStop if it's not moving down with the market. We still have FTDs coming in. We still have gamma exposure coming in from yesterday. We could still have gamma exposure settling from last Friday. We have some decent option support around 225 that's in the money now. So if we can resist for long enough, then GameStop could run, which is very good for us. It kind of another negative beta moment is possible. If the market tanks too hard and we start to slip, we'll probably slip with it. So we'll have to see just how bad it is. I mean, obviously the market's waiting on news, right? I would say GameStop is too, to some extent. Probably a chunk of our FTDs covered today. If the market doesn't slip too hard, you know, we are on track for a test of this upper trend out on the 1 hour into the later part of the day. Also, price improvement today means price improvement tomorrow. Everyone keeps saying there's definitively there's not going to be an invasion of the Ukraine, but I think that's, I mean, hasn't he done it before? Maybe 127. I think we could I think we could hold 130. 130 is pretty stable for us. Lots of call options just like right at the money right now. So he invaded Crimea, which is sort of different. I mean, if somebody has a previous track record of invading shit, it's likely, I feel like it's more likely that they would do it again, right? No, I agree. Making assumptions about what Putin is going to do is probably a foolish thing. And the U.S. is in economic trouble. It's not like we're going to back down from pushing the narrative, right? Do a little provoking, you know? Will I fight in a civil war? No, I'd just leave. I don't like civil wars or revolutions because you don't know what's gonna fill the power vacuum. I would just go somewhere else. Even if the narrative is bullshit, there's a goal there, right? Even if the most that comes out of it is military industrial suppliers get to pump a bunch of, you know, arms and services into Ukraine, then win, right? That's much better than actual fighting. Yeah, I saw Zakir. What's up with PayPal? Is it moving? Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, split ratio is 20-1. If you buy shares now, yeah, the splits in this summer. I'm not sure if it's officially approved yet, but it likely will be. So based on today, we have no idea how FOMC notes can impact GME. Obviously not. The market has no idea how FOMC notes are going to play out. And it will not move until it does. So yeah, pretty much fucking flat till 2. Oh, 2 p.m. World's economy is weak and unstable. This is when wars happen. Yep. I don't I don't really care about the narrative. I'm not really concerned with what happens there. I only care about its impact on the financial markets. Okay? Let's be real fucking clear on this. I don't care about Putin or Trump or Biden. I care if my stocks go up or down. So yes, all news regarding the situation will be considered. If you don't like that, fuck off. I don't want to listen to your fucking monotonous political bullshit. I transferred out of RH last spring, but I just got tax forms that show I had gains equal to twice I ever held in there. Any idea or heard anything similar? I haven't. Give them a call. Frankly, the financial markets are probably a better indicator of the truth than the news will ever be. Because money will flow to the correct narrative. Regardless of what the politicians say. Do I care about you? Sure, Tanksimus, if that makes you feel better. If Nancy's still in, I'm still in. Go order lunch on me. Thank you, Mike Buys Leaps. I appreciate that. I should probably eat something today, huh? Do you care about the Dans until they stop making me money? Isn't a ground war in Ukraine difficult because of the mud and such? Like, wouldn't bombardment be better? I guess you don't want to really fuck up the real estate, right? Then you got to rebuild shit. I mean, that drives jobs, but it's expensive. GME wrong way. Doth thee remember Scorched Earth? I mean, how do you use... Yeah, so what, you're saying the Ukraine pulls back from the border? I don't think the supply chains to the Russian troops are that shitty, are they? I mean, they are already in their own country. It's a big country. I mean, they've already spent a lot of fucking money putting that many troops on the ground at the border, right? Like, the day-to-day cost has got to be high. So there has to be value in it. Incentive, right? Just to the extent of collateral damage being only slightly relevant in war. I mean, I was more thinking that, like, it's better just to keep all the shit intact. Wasn't that the point of the whatchamacallit bombs? It's an expensive fucking exercise. I mean, it's likely just posturing in order to spurn economic benefits, right? But the response could be something else, right? Everyone's got a shitty economy right now. With the uncertainty around Fed minutes, is taking profits on April 120s make sense, or is that far enough out to ride the wave? Could make sense. This drop isn't bullish. I might take some profit on these weeklies. I should have sold them earlier. One of the main Ukraine factors is permafrost. Yeah, I know. Putin's waiting for RC's 69th tweet. Was West Point or Harvard more difficult for you? I didn't go to Harvard. Only a Yank can be so flippant about war when it never touches your shores. I mean, I feel like I'd be flippant about it no matter where I lived. No, I didn't go to fucking West Point. Jesus. Harvard is not in Connecticut. Yale's in Connecticut. Harvard's in Massachusetts. What's for lunch today? I don't know. I am kind of hungry though. And I wish I slept last night. Hmm. You have some valid points, no doubt. It depends on the extent of the conflict, overall goals. I'm just merely trying to convey that war is unlike anything else and dangerous to assume. Yeah, I agree. I think the one of the least probable outcomes is actual war. Especially now with no shots fired, right? And it's all just political posturing. Corsair with a major gap up today. I saw that heavily short, if I remember correctly. I mean, it's speculation, aspiring autist. That's what we do here, is we speculate on things. You have a discussion, reach logical conclusions, see where they take you. Now we got everybody who's in fucking ROTC chiming in. You know who gives zero fucks about war? Caterpillar. This might be true. I don't know anything about Meet Kevin. Didn't he sell all his shit or something? And he's waiting. He doesn't want to make money on the dip. I'll have you know, I once watched the first half of Saving Private Ryan. I'm 100% qualified to discuss this. I think everything's hinging on the Fed minutes. You really thought we wouldn't find out, huh? Have a nice birthday, Greg. Thanks, Sam the Pickle. Do you think the secrecy from RC could be due to an evil plan like Theranos founder Elizabeth Holmes? Hmm. How would he pull that off? Interesting. Something to think about. What happened to Jimmy's Jan 2021 140% SI? Stopped being reported. Walking. Likely packed up into long-term derivatives like swaps and single stock futures, creating a net credit on the short position, which means that they don't have to report it. Because they can show future ownership, which is same as. wasn't talking about you, Jacob. Sure, so fuck, hope we're not all still doing this on your birthday next year. PTSD. Is my birthday gonna fucking rip again next year? Hold on, let me look. Or this year? Might get some big ups the day before my birthday this year. That's all just meme power. What if I told you all we have to do is watch put open interest on GME ETFs to know when GameStop is going to swing big? Sounds simple. I like it. But you didn't tell me what options to buy. Jesus Christ, IWM fails are so excessive. Is this part of the new SEC? Is this why we're seeing the fucking Feb stuff? Because of the SEC's new transparency rules? Are we gonna start getting up to date fucking FTDs? Ooh. Oh, I'm gonna make so much money. Any revelations about the swap data? No official conclusions yet. It's a lot of data to dig into, and it's a limited scope, right? 5-10 weeklies, of course. The Feb data was in the file named for the late Jan stuff. So they just fucked up and released it all? Hmm. That was a good. Hmm. I've never left the battle for retail. I'm always here watching and lurking and learning. Never forget pickles. The power of hype is within you all. Can't stop, won't stop, GameStop. Take my energy. Fuck yeah, GME hype man. I missed you. He's back. Now we just need Sanjeet and Frag, and this rocket can min. Can you explain when you said because releasing early FTD data, how you'll make so much money? By buying options earlier and cheaper for T35? Maybe. What was the put on GME ETFs indicating? Please share. It looks like it's doing ups. Is put OI doing ups? Wait, that's the wrong. Where's the that put OI is? Carl is spamming messages. Can you tame him? Probably not. Please update us on the price when there's decent moves and when intraday highs are made. Yeah, I should probably update Reddit. Of all your open contracts, which is your favorite? Probably like my 125s and 130s right now. Got about another hour and a half. I mean, the market's moving down, but is it going to move down below its intraday low? Maybe they just can't wait on SLD anymore. VIX moving up. Fed minutes, 2 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, I know. Free Moonwind? Why? And the money puts on shift search. Okay. How many? Bought, sold. 160s. Look like they were bought. 1.4 million. All right. So a little bit of a push. What just happened? Nothing that significant yet. It's also SL. It's the deposit day, right? We don't expect the market to do well. We just need Jimmy to outperform it. I was not, Stefan. U.S. Democratic Senator Cardin, we're thinking about passing emergency legislation to deal with inflation. What? That's not their job. Oh. Someone wants the market to go down. That's fun. Can you elaborate on GME ETF put OI as a leading indicator of big swings? I would really appreciate learning more. I don't really know that much about what he's talking about yet. I'll get to it later. Hmm. SLD incoming. Yep. I mean, this could be SLD. This could be a few things. I mean, I think what Turd's saying is that put OI on GME containing ETFs bumps in response or as ahead of Big moves on GameStop. Look at our little guy holding strong. It really is. This is bullish as fuck, actually. Also sounds like there might not be a rate hike. Yeah, right? Like they know something. Supplemental liquidity deposits. And if the SPY holds here, it's like honestly, the SPY can hold within this range, like down probably down to here at like 140. And still still not have really reacted to the news. So like just remember there was this big aftermarket climb on, the ease of tensions in Ukraine, and then, kind of flat yesterday, mostly flat today until now. So take that into consideration. That like we could move down another $2 on the SPY, and it really wouldn't be like a significant change in the current trend. This could be a lot of things. It could be calls being shed. Yeah, 440. Didn't I say 440? 440. Sorry. SPY, not GameStop. Doesn't seem like the VIX wants to move as much as a few days ago. Yeah, because no announcement from the Fed yet. I wouldn't be surprised if the VIX starts slowly climbing for the next hour. It started to climb here a little bit. Is this the 1 minute? Let me see the 5. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see the VIX climb into the Fed announcement. Kind of like an earnings report, right? Same like chart. Still holding SPY puts? Yeah. I have a straddle on the SPY. I should be clear on that. So I have both. And I have VIX calls. If there's no rate hike, SPY goes up fast. Why are you speculating your rate hikes? Few reasons. The economy's stagnant, and a rate hike could seriously disrupt any potential growth over the next year. I think a fat chunk of inflation is transitory, not all of it. But some of it will resolve itself in the next 6 months to a year. Those are the primary reasons. Also, in addition, a lot of the Fed's short-term asset purchases are in like 2 to 5 year bonds. And if they fuck the curve on those, they'll be destroying their own position. Which might be the most important aspect out of all of it. Those charts are identical. Gamma hedging from last week finished this morning. The orders had to be placed by this morning. It doesn't necessarily mean it's finished. We can still see some dark pool dumps. CNS hasn't shut down for the day. CNS has a few more hours left. Look at these charts wondering, why does GME follow GME? It's a good question. Fed today is minutes on the Jan 26 meeting. Also, hopefully, an indication of what was discussed in the closed door meeting on Monday. The Fed will be looking for any opportunity. Okay, so this is the way I see it right now. There's a ton of political pressure on the Fed to increase rates and deal with inflation, right? The Fed is not in a position where they want to do that, right? Like I don't. They have a lot of incentive to not increase rates and to move forward with, you know, if maybe minimal rate increases like 0.25, but ideally none. They don't want to inverse the yield curve on their short-term bonds. All of the inflation data shows that the main sectors affected by inflation the worst have to do with supply chain, energy, and automobiles. All of which would be mostly resolved by fixing the supply chain problems, which, you know, probably won't be resolved immediately, but will be resolved in the next year or so. The economy is, if you look at the GDP data, economy is fairly stagnant, and a shift in rates is going to really, really hurt long-term growth right now. And so what the Fed is going to do is they're going to seize any opportunity, whether it be what's going on in Ukraine or the European energy crisis, shipping issues in the US, whatever they can to not increase rates in face of the political pressure. And so what you're seeing now is you're seeing politicians start to come out and publicly call for these rate increases because they want to look like they're addressing inflation and the Fed's not doing anything about it. But yeah, in reality, it's not good for the Fed to bump rates right now. And so what I think they'll do is either meekly increase rates once or twice this year and pull it back, or just try to avoid increasing them for as long as feasibly possible. Let inflation continue to rise a little bit, although we may have already seen the peak. And so I think we're going to end up in that kind of situation. I would not be surprised if the Fed came out dovish and wanted to, assess current trends before making a rate move in March. They did not spend the last 2 years propping up this bag of shit to have it fail now. Yeah, the market's already really priced in the 25 basis point move. So a 25, if they move forward to the 0.25 basis point move, the market will react naturally. I don't think the market's really priced in a 0.5 BPS move. So I think that'd be negative. No move, no forward intention to raise rates in March would mean the SPY would rocket. At this point, almost you can't squeeze an ETF, but with the amount of short positions piled into over the last 30 days, I would say that no rate increase could lead to a very volatile event on the S&P 500. And that's my assessment of at least the current political climate and market. Why don't you run for president? People don't like me. Like most people don't like me. Didn't we just talk about this last night? Deja vu. Hello, Gaff. Also, VIX over short. So that's another thing. We've been on a bull run for so long that short interest in the VIX is at near all-time highs. If the VIX stabilizes at a high level, it can squeeze and cause a market crash all on its own. A flash crash, but still not good. Gaff in here before lunchtime. We must be close. I think we'll know when we're close to it if Gaff buys 5 more shares. Which ETFs to look at? There's a list of GME containing ETFs. I have no idea what it's showing today. I haven't seen it. VIX crashing market sounds like tail wagging the dog. Doesn't that suggest that derivative heavy nature of the market is out of control? I mean, the VIX crashed the market in 2018. I eat early when kava's an option. Don't read into it. Sounds like you're taking a trip down to Wall Street. Are you picking up shares on the floor, Gaff? It's okay, you can tell us. If you ran for president, we would all get to see the TGIF security footage. I would try to keep that out of the media until at least November, like early November, you know? I don't have time to be here all day, every day, but I really appreciate your stream. Thanks for keeping us informed on our favorite stock. No problem, the fearless girl. Will GME crash the market or boost the market? Who gives a shit? Who became president? Pigeon whale would be the national bird. I mean, I'd probably finally be able to get my hands on a real pigeon whale. I bet you can find some GME shares on the floor of the NYSE that someone had accidentally dropped and not bothered to pick up like a penny. I don't think that's how that works. Please send me JPOW, load me in your QE cannon, and send my body into the sun. We got about another $125 to go on that one. Shane. I still don't go fuck if Jimmy crashes the market, we win. Like, why even care? They don't. I mean, I kind of hope it does because I want to buy the bottom. No, it's silly. The market will crash all on its own. It doesn't need GameStop to do it. I think when puts more than share will crash the market, Chelsea. Say the market does crash and you have cash sitting on the sidelines. What are some good long-term buys? Probably a good question for a financial advisor. Is there somewhere you can see the majority of retail's cost basis? You can figure it out. Are there a lot out there that are above 150? Yeah. Most of retail's cost basis is somewhere between like 220 and 160. A narrower range would be it's like 192 to 162. 177, 145. Yeah. Some people are lower, but it's, I mean, this dip over the last 2 months has definitely lowered a lot of people's cost basis. I like the idea of VIX being responsible, but wouldn't GME also be affected by a VIX infused correction crash? Yeah, absolutely. Or the VIX could spike so high that volatility positions on GameStop are disrupted and you get well, get some interesting shit going on there. Thanks, frat technician. Can you show us how you opened VIX options on WeBull, please and thanks? Well, you type in VIX and then you open the VIX and you go to the top right corner and under charts, or you add a widget and you add options if it's not already available, which is annoying and a roundabout way of doing it, but it should just be there. Can you get a pic of the VIX sticks? Can I? Hold on. If I can, I will. I can show you VIXE. See, that's not good because that's an ETF. Yeah, no, not the VIX directly. There's probably other ways to identify it. Questions. Yeah, I can show you guys. I think I can show you here. Let's see, SPY. Hold on. I don't want this unlocked. So you can kind of visualize the asymmetry here in the SPY and volatility. If that kind of helps. Also, like, as liquidity increases, right, equity ownership is driven up, and equity ownership is essentially, like, owning stocks is essentially shorting volatility. So, because it's negatively correlated with price. You see that Charlie made a video about you with PowerPoints? No, I don't care. What's our next level of support if Jimmy continues to trend down? Our next good support's down at like 116 down here. We have this trend support, which isn't quite as low. 121. So 126 is good. It's a solid support. 126 to 125, that range. Then below that, 121, then 116. You say if you're streaming, is Powell doing a speech? I thought, I mean, they're releasing the minutes at 2. I didn't know if he was doing a speech or not. Super odd how Charlie recommended selling calls on Twitter, then said he was wrong. Yikes. I love you, but why promote WeBull? Please do not use PFOF to buy GameStop ever. I mean, I don't tell people to use WeBull to hold their GameStop shares. I think that's a terrible fucking idea. I've said it a million times. I use them to trade options because they have good options execution. And I use it to stream because it's got a good UI. It's something you can stare at all day. And sometimes ease of use is important. It's not even my primary brokerage. Everyone here knows this. And it's not like I'm like advertising fucking WeBull. It's not like I'm like, hey guys, sign up for WeBull all the time, you know? It's just a brokerage, and PFOF is basically fucking irrelevant. So, where do you keep your GME shares? In other brokerages. I use Fidelity, I use IBKR, Schwab, Vanguard. But Matt Kors said PFOF bad. Well, it's bad for some people. So you're a shill spreading FUD. WeBull CEO hates us. How can you use a platform that turned off the buy button? I mean, they turned it off for less time than any other platform I'm aware of. WeBull was only down for like 15 minutes, 30 minutes. There was web traffic issues everywhere. Robinhood shut off the buy button because they're broke dicks and they have no money. That's why the buy button got shut off. Why did everyone FOMO into Robinhood? Because you could get options approval in like 5 minutes. So everybody piled into the worst possible brokerage and then got fucked. Yeah, Vanguard didn't really have any issues. I mean, there were web traffic issues. Like it was hard to log in, but once you got in, Fidelity was down for a little bit. I don't know about E-Trade. I don't really use them. IBKR was down for a bit. Everything was up and running the next day when the price was higher, so it didn't really fucking matter. Except for Robinhood, which with $80 billion in assets under management is probably a shitty idea. Reddit back up. Thanks. I updated Reddit, so I don't think it was down for me. XRT put OI 318.22 looks huge, equals big upswing. Big swing up. Could. XRT is not the only GME containing ETF. Stream back? Okay, cool. $321. WeBull uses Apex. Yeah, so do a shitload of other brokerages. Apex is huge. The real issue is with Apex. You may be wrong about how great they are. I mean, they have good options execution. I'm not wrong about that. They do. They're backed by BNY Mellon, which is a huge fucking bank. So I'm also not concerned about anything I have in here. And I'm pretty sure their CEO came out and said people were selling, which probably wasn't a lie. That's not true. There's lots of self-clearing brokerages besides Vanguard and Fidelity. Would big ups or big downs in the SPY cause a rise in VIX, or would only a drop? VIX is inversely correlated to price, Guy Fieri. So a drop. I mean, if the S&P 500 like squeezed, then the VIX would go up, but that's very unlikely. BNY Mellon is the same bank holding the fuck ton of married calls puts, and it was just puts in Brazil. Yeah, but BNY Mellon's one of the biggest banks. I sold some cash secured puts. Dope. UVXY is it's 1.5 times the VIX. It's leveraged. It's promised SLD. Why are my VIX calls still red? Gotta wait for Jerome, man. You know, you can fucking throw blame at pretty much everybody in the financial market in regards to GameStop if you want to. Morgan Stanley and B of A have facilitated swaps on GameStop. They're the primary brokerage for computer shares. So I mean, it's just fucking do whatever you want. Who gives a shit? I don't fucking care where you have your shares. Just know the risks. I think BNY Mellon packs their cash with watermelons. I'll tell you, they're not going under. The fact of the matter is that Robinhood did not have the money to meet their obligations, and Apex cut them off. Was that intentional? Maybe. Jamie thinks we should have a retest of 97 to put in a good bottom forming formation. Maybe after OPEX. I mean, like they all fucking own parts of each other, right? I think Vanguard owns more BlackRock than BlackRock does. I mean, it's just like everyone piled into Fidelity because they were long GME in January, right? And everyone's like, "Oh, that's a safe place to put our shares." And then they found out Fidelity fucking sold everything in January during the squeeze. Well, it was a squeeze. It wasn't a short squeeze, but it was a type of squeeze. And then everyone got super bullish on Fidelity because Fidelity was making voting easy. It's just like people who write DD. Eventually you get labeled as a shill. BNY melon, my favorite for loco flavor. What's the best broker? One with a lot of money. VIX creeping like you said it would. Yeah, it takes a little while for the VIX to, get excited. So it's got to finesse itself a little bit. It's like VIX foreplay, you know? It's not ready for the main event yet, but it's getting there. I think you've been able to preserve as an SSDD writer because you were always a shill, so the accusations didn't hurt. Pretty much. Charlie's super salty, and that made my day. Fuck him, who cares? Listening to TLC's creep, like you said, and pour some out for left eye. Investing in oil? I have some leaps on BP because I think it's undervalued right now. But what? There's some like backwardation going on oil. I don't think the elevated oil prices are going to last. Shell production's picking up. But it'll still spike. I think it'll spike by summer. And then we'll start to see it dip off into next winter. Holy fuck, Russian embassy is memeing. There's one thing the Russians are good at. It's fucking with the internet. Can you stop sexualizing my VIX? Well, if you put it away. Fed info still at 2, yeah. Are you getting any weeklies for next week? I have a few. I have some 150s and 160s for next week already. See what I'm doing there? Did you see the raccoon lady I sent you? I think so. I think the best thing to do when you run into furries in public is to just kind of move on with your life. So Fed raises the rates just the minimum, the SPY will rip. If like 0.25. I think if we see a 0.25, the SPY will improve. I don't know if it'll rip. I think the 0.25 increase is already priced in. So we'll see some upside, but maybe not a ton. I think no rate increase, we'll see a rip. 0.5 or greater, probably some downside. I have a 140, 145 straddle on the SPY for March and March calls and puts. Yeah, I think from like our current position, I think the SPY is set for, I mean, with a 0.5 rate increase, I can see us falling back down to this trend. 0.25, we could react negatively initially and then slowly climb back up. We do have SLD today, don't forget, and those deposits are probably being held off until the Fed announcement. And then if we see no rate increase, I think we could at least test this higher resistance at around 152, or I'm sorry, 452. Yeah, 400s, whatever. I suggest you watch the CEO of WeBull bashing us. Everyone's bashed us. Every professional fucking investor on the planet has bashed us. It's not like an uncommon sentiment. It's okay. If everyone's in the room is telling you you're doing something wrong, you're probably doing something right. Or you're doing something wrong. Yeah, I still keep losing money, but at least I'm having fun. Them bashing us isn't the problem. The real question is, are they right to bash us? I mean, I think here's the real question about the Webull CEO's statements is, was he telling the truth? And it's possible it's just people transferring out of Webull to DRS, right? And that's why, Webull's seeing a drop in retail holdings. So truth masquerading as a lie, or a lie masquerading as truth. You can just speculate forever on what's actually the case. VIX calls or GME calls? Porque los no dos. No los dos. That's, yeah. Man, I'm tired. I'm on Vanguard trying to buy some VIX calls. How do I turn on the cool UI like you? I still see the Windows XP version. You mean Windows 98? It's not Windows XP. It's not that advanced. Triple bottom on this support? No. Stop trying to use technical analysis on GameStop. It doesn't fucking work. Especially intraday when we've traded 1.4 million volume all day. I'm not Puerto Rican. I'm not Persian. I'm not Puerto Rican. I'm not Greek. None of these things. How much does IVE usually bump during the OPEX run? I usually estimate it at around 40%, but it can go higher. It does. It spikes higher, but around 40% improvement is where it stabilizes. Egyptian Irish. No. What does a straddle do? It captures a move in either a strong move in either direction while limiting risk of the unknown. So basically you can hedge an up and a downside move by buying one of each. And then the cost of the hedge is the premium paid for the opposing position. You know what? You know what this was? Whoever did this was scared. No one knows what the fuck is happening, right? And the spy's still flat. But somebody sold a bunch. They couldn't hold. The pressure got to them. I still didn't eat. How long have I been awake for? 30, 31 hours? 32 hours? If I'd gotten a full night's sleep the night before, this wouldn't be so bad. Whoever made that trade thought the Fed notes were coming at 12:30. It was from Hmm. I need OPEX to be a good run. My wife is starting to look for jobs for me, and I don't like it. Fair. Thoughts on a 2% rate hike? We'll fucking go to 380. The SPY will drop to 380. Market halt? Get a new wife, dude. I mean, again, he needs a good OPEX run. What did think? You just think there's a bunch of girls hanging around wanting to date guys with worthless out of the money GameStop calls? No. That's your entire subscriber base. I know. My wife wants to work, but that'll leave me with the full responsibility of 3 young boys. Fuck that. This is why dads forever have been going out for milk and packs of cigarettes and to never return. I told my girl that I might get assigned on some CSPs the other day, and she was like, that's fine. You can just sell cover calls on it now. I had no idea she was learning from all my rants. You're fucked, man. She probably already picked up options as a strategic investment. She's going to start conducting your trades for you. Move over. You're getting replaced. Am I married? No. What I miss? Girk leaving us all waiting for MOASS while he goes to get smokes. Bullish or bearish for end of day? I have no idea what the Fed's going to do. Jerome Powell could walk up to that podium, slap his federal wiener right on it, and just be like, no rate raise, full bull. Or the opposite. Which I'm actually not a big fan of, but not my dad. He'll be back. You'll see. Yeah, all right. They did a study, and women are typically better traders as they are risk averse. Probably true. Although, don't tell Kathy that. I also told my wife about DGen plays I was considering because it's our money. She actually told me to go for it. When someone else profits, take care of her. She's a ride or die. Good for you, man. Will you show us your mullet if we moon today? I don't have a mullet. We've been over this. There's evidence. I think Charlie is lying. I'm counting way more than 30 people in chat. I don't know. I don't want to get wrapped up in his crazy shit. Like Charlie's not even the fun kind of crazy. So it's just like a bunch of YouTube drama, and then I've got to deal with people who actually listen to what Charlie has to fucking say, and they're probably even worse than he is. So yeah, I'll try to avoid the whole thing. I don't need to deal with more fucking idiots. Your backhand? Fuck yeah. Han has rejoined the Royal Pigeon Whale Society for the Advancement of Cooing.
It's a motherfucking pigeon
Yes,
whale.
re-coo to her. We can MOASS now.
Pigeon whales coo and the profits don't stop. Praise be to that pretty lady named V. I hope
What are your SPY straddle positions? Well, first you want to make sure that you have your feet on something that's not slippery before you mount the SPY. Digital good time. So, you know, socks off, something with some grip, you know, or keep your shoes on.
I'll be pigeon whales on Gherk's yacht. Hey, will you let me steer? Hey, seriously, guys, not a cult. Not a cult.
Gold tanking, well, heavy bags, right? How do you determine when to take profits from calls? I'm always holding the bag because I think it rips when I sell. That's called being greedy as fuck. Don't do that. Pretty sure there's a press conference today, just a release of Jan minutes. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I didn't hear any press like announcement for a press conference. Do you wear the VWAP hat in public? No, I don't want to run into you people in real life. Is it significant the calls outweigh puts on shift search many days in a row? Yes. That implies an increasing gamma maximum and probably a rising delta neutral. So our channel's moving up with us. What do you mean by you people? You people. The people who would notice me in the context of that sentence. Bold of you to assume we leave our homes. Well, I know most of you don't between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. But some do. For said straddle, when you see the news, do you personally immediately sell the downside of the straddle or wait for a reversal? I mean, it depends. Like if one half of the straddle prints, then I probably just hold the rest of it, like the hedge, and ensure that it's going to continue printing. That's the risk in the straddle, right? Is the premium of the opposing position. Only to get kava. Some of us are slacking at our job to be here, bud. I know. What would be your honest reaction if someone called you Gherk in real life? I mean, they do. Unless you're implying that everyone here is a bot. It's in my name. Top 3 moments so far. Henry joins Pigeon Whale Society. Gherk hasn't mixed his nuts yet. Gherk's nationality questioned repeatedly. What about straddling the SPY? That was a good one. I had a sweet dig earlier for Charlie. It's like you're not even watching the stream anymore, man. As usual, you just want to use my monthly donor super chat to thank you for all you do and let you know we appreciate you. Thank you, Purple Hulk. I appreciate that, man. I mean, based on the number of tweets and the fact that Charlie's now made a video about me, I would say that I am currently living rent free in his head, and it's enjoyable. It's very roomy, but dumb. All right. Has the stock market turned me evil? I'm now secretly hoping for a war to make my spyware print. I even came up with a little chat. Come on, Putin, get shooting. Please help. You've become a terrible person. This is what the capitalism does. Relish it. Let it consume you. And you will become one with the dark side. Do longs go and get their calls the same way shorts go and get their puts? Like we saw the past month and a half. I'm too tired for that one. I just assume everyone's copying my shit at this point. Not enough time, C-Mill. Real cup and handles, 3 to 6 months. Very revolutionary EMAs. Hey, man, it works. Believe it or not, all the oscillators in the world will just tell you the same shit. It's like you don't even have a real estate agent. Like, I get that rent free is nice, but do you have any idea how much it's going to cost to keep your electricity on? The bulbs in that head aren't the brightest. Electric bill hugs. Thanks, Pickle Morty. Holy moly, your viewers are straight degens, and I love it. It's a fucked up place, but it's home. You said they usually don't short while they're covering. Does that indicate this morning likely was not covering? I don't think they bought the in the money puts until we were over here. That's when the in the money puts came in. I think this morning was probably not covering, but hedging from yesterday's run. We're up 7% yesterday, so that means there's a decent amount of delta hedging that needed to be done. Like 1 to 3 million shares, I estimated. I don't have Yelya's latest update, so I'm not sure. She's been away. But usually somewhere in there, depending on her delta sensitivity. Might have been a little weaker. That's only if they hedge 100% of what they're supposed to, which we know they don't do. Oh, like, are you saying do longs go grab their calls? Yeah, they can. Or all of the calls and puts just belong to shorts, which is another way of looking at it. You were 100% wearing depends? No, not at all. I actually really have to go to the bathroom, but yeah. Standing up seems like a lot of energy right now. Too tired. Could you please explain why you bought some short-dated GME calls with impending Fed minutes released and SLD having not played out? I wanted them. Don't do what I do. I bought them because GME could act as a, first of all, I'm hedged against whatever the market does. And GME can move inverse to the market, as we saw earlier today. Especially in times like this where exposure is high and our negative beta is realized. It's these moments, these brief periods in time that give the negative beta that people like to talk about so much. Not the rest of the time where we just track the market. Berkshire's Charlie Munger is pumping China hard and pooping crypto. Could that be the same as Charlie's vids? Just saying. I don't know. I doubt it. $139 equals Jimmy's yearly VWAP, allegedly, according to chart champions. Yearly VWAP is incredibly powerful level that evokes a strong reaction. Cool. I mean, 140 is going to evoke a strong reaction, Stefan, if we hit it. You guys need to remember something about technical analysis, is that technical analysis doesn't, like, hitting yearly VWAP at 139 does not cause buying. It's not causative, right? It's just an indication. Someone still has to do something at that point. An action still has to be taken. Otherwise, nothing happens. Then you're asking the question, does it hitting that point evoke a response? And not necessarily. So technical analysis highlights moments at which opportunities are best taken, and that is it. If you try to take technical analysis beyond that, you'll have a shitty record. Any expectations for later this afternoon? Well, in about 9 minutes, something's going to happen. And the money puts down to minimize OPEX exposure. Up to you. Or we rip and your parts get burned, but first of all kinds of crazy shit will happen initially, right? Because people will be exiting positions on the news. So the first like 10 minutes doesn't really tell you anything. Isn't Charlie Munger just big on Alibaba? I didn't hear that he was pumping China more than he was just interested in buying Baba. Baba's, I mean, arguably undervalued. It would be like a Berkshire, a reasonable Berkshire target. Trading far below its real value. A lot of MSM is pushing a 0.5 BPS hike. I think it's bullshit. We'll see. We will know very soon, right? What's your hedge right now? I have a straddle on the SPY. I have VIX futures and E-minis. I have VIX calls. In whatever relation GameStop is to the SPY, after these events unfold, I have GameStop calls. You can use VXX, VIXY, VIXY. You can use UVXY. There's tons of them. 0.5 BPS would be bearish. I don't think the market's priced in 0.5. E-minis. They're like little future contracts. God, I could cut the tension with a knife. Can you show us your GME positions? You can see this one. This is mostly all GameStop. It's sufficient. I think this is top 10 percentile of what most Redditors own. So I'm comfortable just showing this. Show me what you got. Some people have seen. We go to the chiropractor together? No. Eastern. Everything important happens in Eastern Standard Time. You do a poll on market price end of day? No, because I don't care what people think. Gotta wake up. No, it's just they're just releasing the minutes. They're just gonna release the information about what they said. I'll come at you with a huge bag full of quackery. No, a big run up could push us up through 140. J-Pap gets up on stage, looks at his notes, faces the camera, and says, "Does this make you uncomfortable, Trash Dan?" That'd be amazing. Okay, I'm back. Ugh. Sorry, I came back with like 30 seconds left. I'm already hydrated. My mouth couldn't be more moist. Drooling all over these super chats. What am I doing? I'm checking Discord. What do you got for me? Huh. Praise be the lady view up. Riku. And now. They're not out yet? What the fuck? Bullish. Oh, I don't like this. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. Oh god, this is long as fuck. From the committee such mandate, moderate long-term interest rates. We seek to explain monetary policy decisions to the public as clearly as possible. Such clarity facilitates well-informed decision-making by households and businesses, reducing. I'm reading the minutes. Overnight purchase at a rate of 0.25, 0.05. Target range of 0 to 0.4%. So no change. That's bullish. It's saying here, hold on, I have it here. Undertake open market operations is necessary to maintain a federal funds rate and a target range of 0 to 1.25%. With some continued guidance below, if you guys want to check it out yourselves. I'll link it here in chat. Bulls go burr. But the question is now, hold on, wait, relax. Now does SLD occur? I'm still holding my straddle. Well, the question is, has SLD already occurred to its full extent? No, this is bullish. They're maintaining a target of 0 to 0.25, which means they're not raising rates, essentially. They're keeping a little bit of fear in place. Does this mean they're going to continue to let inflation eat Americans to death in order to save the precious markets? No. Yeah. Look, BTC. Yeah. Was it possible that SLD occurred earlier in the week? It's possible that it's been occurring. Yeah. Do I want more calls? Kind of. Yeah, I don't think we're at $2,000 loaf of bread inflation yet. This is the JPal says recession canceled. This is big for us. This is big for GameStop. Can't lose money to inflation with life savings and GME Feb 18th 510s. This looks pretty bad for Kenny. No more spy crash. I mean, not no more crash. There's still other shit going on, but this is good for re-realizing some of the value lost to fear from the potential 0.5 increase, right? Thank you for going through the minutes. It wasn't that hard. Did you get out of your VIX calls? Some are still up. I don't have to worry about them. I exited my negative ones though. I have ones that are in the money. If this breaks below 25 though, I'm gonna sell out of everything. I'm keeping the in the money ones just in case there's a big slide from SLD. Bulls on parade says the guy who sells covered calls. I think 0.25 BPS is most likely, and in March. I mean, the minutes say that they intend to keep rates between 0 and 0.25. Which means they're still targeting 0. How can both sides of the straddle stay up? IV. How high could SPY go? It depends on how quickly puts are closed out. 3-to-1 put to call ratio. They'll probably close them in after hours. Try to keep it flat as much as possible today. Using fear to deflate the market slowly. Yes. Soft landing. CNBC reporting minutes as bearish. Ow. Just trying to create fear. Still can't afford guacamole. Yeah, but like sometimes it's so extreme. Like, how the fuck do you even sell that? How do you sell bearish on that? Like, Fed not raising rates sounds bearish. Swear to God, those people don't know they're looking at half the time. They're just gonna push the potential for 0.25 to push like the short narrative. God, CNBC is transparent as fuck. They'll just that's what they'll do. They'll focus on a 0.25 increase in order to foment fear. And to be fair, the Fed left that possibility open to do the same. Yeah, but the market's already priced in the quantitative tightening and the asset repurchasing or asset purchasing. So that's already a known entity, right? Like that's priced in Closet Yeti. Big movements and after hours likely. SPY options can be traded until 4:15. So what? Inflation keeps going burr. It can go up more, but it's probably peaking. Especially with them scaling back their asset purchase. As soon as like issues with the supply chain start to get resolved in like 6 months to a year, the realized inflation will start to fall off. Does that mean companies are going to start charging less for things that they know they can get more money out of? No. Yeah, the long bull run is winding down, but it's not dead yet. Help, I can't stop buying Sens contracts. What the fuck is wrong with you? I don't need a lot of money for MOASS, just enough so I can afford a copy of Elden Ring and maybe a few super yachts. You're not even going to target moving out of Philadelphia? Are you still holding your spy strangle? Yes. It's not a strangle, it's a straddle. Strangles are sold. Did you get out of your AMD? No. No, I still have my AMD. Why would I bail on it? Thoughts on Sens? Probably garbage. Which I said when I bought it, but people don't listen. Yeah, used cars are still a problem. I know. And actually a huge chunk of our realized inflation right now. They're saying 0 to 2.5. They're referring to the upcoming March increase or for the year. Upcoming March increase. They're gonna go quarter by quarter. What are your thoughts on Munger? All right. I like Buffett's picks better, but I mean Munger knows his shit. He's made some good buys, right? Thoughts on buying a new car or wait? I mean, interest, if you're financing it, rates are still low. As long as you're not getting charged a premium from the dealership. What do you think about uranium stocks? So there's like a theory that there's going to be a squeeze on uranium in like 3 to 5 years. Anything nearer term than that, I don't really have a lot of faith in anything coming of it. You're seeing positions left, right? And then we'll see the volume explode to the supported side. So this is people closing positions. You see this high volume churn occurring. And then, okay, now, yeah, you're seeing this breakout now. It keeps breaking higher and higher. It's very bullish. Praise be to Jerome Powell, stonk god, and lover of all things bullish. You, sir, are my idol. I appreciate all that you do. Jimmy 128.50. You could fix this problem, Subway Cup, by getting a brokerage account. Thanks for your time, patience. I much appreciate it. If you had to guess, would you say SLD is most likely over? Could be. They can still make deposits if the market's running. It's just not good for them. JPOW is the best thing that ever happened to GameStop. People just don't understand why. Praise be to Gurk. About a 443 spy call 5 minutes before you read the minutes because of your confidence in no rate hike. Let's fucking go. Congratulations, dude. You're about to be rich, bitch. The Fed meeting you posted was last month? Yeah, it happened in January. The minutes were just released now. Supplemental liquidity deposits. Per FINRA. JPOW just beat Russia. JPOW is not the type to just leave you standing in a world alone and so cold. Maybe Girk's too demanding. Maybe he's just like JPOW, too bold. I know he's got my butterflies all tied up. I'm getting a full portrait of JPOW tattooed on my back. JPOW MTG with Citadel. Get your papers in order. Can you check your inbox? Is this a new ending, Joe? Sorry, I've got like 100 things open on my screen right now. This is what it sounds like when bears cry. What's going on, or anyone want to explain what's going on? You're not going to understand anyway, Smooth. Bull go run, stock go boom boom. Can you explain what GME tracks the overall market most of the time? Passive investing funds that buy and sell based on market flow. It's in the market, hence tracks it. Everything different, but the same. Thank you. That's all I need to know. You're welcome. What's your price target on SPY? Like 452? We'll offset that, like that kind of drop that we sustained due to Bullard being a big fucking prick and in the hedge funds pockets. We're at the Pickle short hedge funds pockets. We are at the Pickle Union have to come to the consensus that at this point in time, Stefan deserves to be in the limelight of history. Please employ him. Praise be to the Lady VWAP. I can make this happen. Hold on. This is, you're right. Nope. It's terrible. Hold on. I gotta get rid of this. This is garbage. Oh, I hate that I know where that came from. I don't think JPA's speaking. I think they just released the minutes. I didn't see any press conference scheduled. No, I know where it comes from. It's but like the bad Ace Ventura movie, right? No, he's turning the printers off slowly. End of day price target. You were awfully close yesterday. Like 132.50. If we can break 130, 134-ish. I never saw Dumb and Dumber 2. Demonetize the stream? No. Maybe. Hmm. All right, I'll be right back. Now I can go to the Back. For that guy who asked about NVIDIA and Palantir earnings, no, I don't play earnings, and Palantir has never made any money. I don't expect them to start now. They have a long history of not making money. I expect them to continue that for a little while longer. Which is unfortunate because I own far more Palantir than I really want. Have you established your full GME position for next week? No. Most of it, though. Consistency is key. MSM's going to push the narrative they want to push. That's effective. Do you own more than their CFO? Maybe. No, I don't. How much does their CFO own? It's really unlikely. Zero. No, that's AMC. Petition to rename Power Hour to J Power Hour. If somebody wants to create a compilation of clips highlighting JPA's awesomeness from various federal meetings with maybe a countdown. I just want to let you know I was talking to Trash Dan earlier, and he said that due to his absence, he's tagging me in for your regularly scheduled Friday appointment this week. This is bullshit. I didn't sign up for that. Is today or tomorrow the last day for SLD? They can complete deposits, but it's going to be a bitch for them with the market pushing. I still think they have 2 more days, but I have to verify it. SLD is not really like my thing. I just know the market does downs for 2 days, 3 days. Usually starts on Wednesday, ends on Friday. So I don't know what the change would be. Or it's that they deposit the liquidity by Wednesday, and then they start selling positions to maintain margin and through Friday. Either way, going to be hard to fight back against the push. Yeah, so essentially no change, except they're not raising rates. Time traveling superpositional cat. That's what they've announced, like actually announced. The news will focus on the potential to raise rates, which they have left in place. The news will focus on the quantitative tightening and the ceasing of the asset purchasing. But those were already known factors. Like those were all priced in already. And the fact they intend to maintain rates between 0 and 0.25 is bullish as fuck. Stop ignoring you. What are you saying? What do you want? Did you buy a bunch of calls at one strike again? Yes, 150 for next week, 100 contracts. How much money will we make? Well, you'll either make some or lose it all. We'll see. Why do you always do that? Why do you always sell all of your covered calls at one strike and buy all of your calls at one strike? You've got to get that degenerate fucking Wall Street bets shit out of your system, man. It's fun when you're watching people lose money, but when it's your money, it's a little less fun. Less buttons, lazy. I mean, usually wage inflation. Some people are locked into wages. I mean, there'll be a lot of moving around, right? Because people are locked into wages pre-inflationary, like previous to the inflationary period, aren't realizing raises in line with inflation. But inflation will tone down over the next year. Holding spy calls overnight. I might just hold them into like after hours. A year ago, everyone wanted to dismember J-Pow. Now he's the god of GME. He is. He keeps fucking the shorts right in the sweet spot, and it's amazing. TD charges $12.49 per trade. So? Did you exit the SPY 447s? No. No, volume's still very much churning on the SPY right now. This is, I mean, most of what you're seeing is position exiting. Big positions were taken on the SPY over the last couple days. And so you're seeing those positions get exited, which is driving up volume. As soon as those positions are out, you'll start to see it break away. Chances of a failed roll, I don't know. We really, I mean, that'll depend on if they're hedged, right? If they're able to pick up those entropy swaps and hedge that upside movement, then I see no reason for us not to continue running, but it'll be hard to tell if they've gotten them in place or not yet. Thanks, Roberto. Just watched Charlie's attack video on our beloved Pickle Prophet. It was both weak and meaningless. He even turned off the comments. People that are like that don't like to be criticized for their opinions. She's saying all in on Sens? No. Sens is like dog shit wrapped in cat shit. That might blow up for no reason. Could they still get blown out even with the entropy swaps if they do roll futures? Far less likely. Trashdown told me you really when GGPI gets whispered in your ear during the dumpster session. What? You. Are you happy about today's price action? Yeah. Can't watch gherkin anymore. He doesn't even know what a free float is. Shame. Charlie will teach you all about selling cover calls at 1:30 for this Friday. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. He retracted that. You know what? That's what the haters don't understand is that everybody in here already knows I'm a shill. They've accepted it. They can't hurt us. We're indestructible. Gherkin announced his new BlackRock CEO. I wish. Can't wait till bread's $10 a loaf. Eat less bread. It's good. It's better for you anyway. Bread's not going to fucking $10 a loaf. Jesus, people are so goddamn dramatic. This isn't the fucking Weimar Republic. They're just mad that puts don't cost same like shares. Make your own bread. It's like 10 cents. Yeah. It's like, meat costs 10% more. Yeah. The government printed a shitload of money to keep us from plunging into a massive recession. It's gonna suck. And the cost of it will be borne by us and our children's children for all eternity. But as long as you don't have to buy a used car in the next 6 months, you should be okay. If you don't like modern monetary policy, vote against it or live under a rock. Pizza's bread. Thoughts on impossible meats? I mean, they cost more than regular meat, and they don't taste as good. But rent on the rock is obscene. Check DMs. Charlie's created a fake gherkin account. Okay, I mean, that's awesome. Charlie or one of his goons. Whatever, more followers, right? If they want to keep advertising my stream, I'm okay with it. Thanks, guys. Couldn't have done it myself. Literally.
Five, four, three, two, one, zero. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
I watched Charlie's Woods a few months back. Thought he was nuttier than squirrel turds. You're not wrong. You know what? I'm tired enough and in the mood enough that I'm gonna stir up some drama. Careful, he might turn off the YouTube servers in his basement. Leave Charlie alone. It's unbecoming to make fun of the mentally impaired. be the better person? I'm not good at that. I'm gonna do a poll. Because I like to get dirty. You know what would happen if Charlie's viewers came over here? You'd raise the average IQ in both channels. But shit is, here's the question. Like, Charlie is rapidly becoming irrelevant because people are starting to realize that he's just been wrong about basically everything he's ever said. Which I've called out forever. So I don't know why he's losing his shit now. But do we let his meltdown be an epic blaze of glory? Or do we let him fade into nothingness with no response? He has more subscribers than me, doesn't he? I know he speaks to the tinfoil people, and there's far more of them. Here's my concern. I don't want his viewers coming over here because they probably suck. Fuck around and find out, war chest. Buy yourself some extra Twitter followers. You know how the Dans vote. Riku. Why? It's just like every one of them, they do the same thing. Like Warden fucking add a bit with his like, I'm leaving. Here's my 70 shares. Like, it's always the same shit. Why? What is it about the psychological situation that makes these people do? Is this gonna happen to me? I'm afraid. I want to know. Maybe I should reach out for like an interview. Everyone's like, ah, I can't take the stress anymore. I need to run away from this. What stress? People said mean things to you on the internet? Who gives a fuck? And he pulled a 180 and says, Jimmy will not make you rich. He also said you know nothing. And said if you keep mentioning him, he'll watch some of your videos to fact check you. It's so cringe. He's insane enough to do it. I don't care. In runic glory. Yeah, seriously. What the fuck is with this stock and the people that it attracts? Like, most of them are chill, but man, do we fucking pick up some nut jobs on the ride? I remember like back when I was AMD, you know, these like fucking Intel people that would like come in and like attack like AMD forums. They're like, ah, your stock shit. Intel's the best. I was like, why are you, why? Why would you fucking come here for that? Fucking Reddit fame is meaningless. It's tracked by points. If you're big on Reddit, it just means absolutely fucking nothing. The real world doesn't give a shit. I still don't know how he linked GME to 9/11. Me either. It's because Superstock was created around that time that our conspiracy went hard. Emotional stability equals rare. Stay chill and bullish. I mean, I'm bullish as fuck. I just like to say I have one XX and I am a normal. Well, thanks for being not weird, dude. Charlie's making fake fucking Twitter accounts pretending to be me. I don't know, you could probably make $30 or $40 for an account with lots of karma. That's my golden parachute, Fluffiosa. I like your stance. Secure. We'll see how far. Just let him run with it. See how far he goes. In my jar, jet fuel can't melt still. Beams fund. Thanks, man. I know. Since you know the difference between float and free float, I trust him. Emotional stability equals boring. Go get him, Tiger. Why are you going against a guy driving a Ford Fiesta? I'm not. I'm gonna fucking just let it go. Or is this SS person so against you? I don't know. Because they're fucking crazy. RC's 69th tweet relevant? If he does it Tuesday next week. If you're watching RC, make sure it's Tuesday next week. Who's Charlie? Nobody. They dislike all YouTubers on principle. I don't dislike them on principle. I dislike them because they say stupid shit. The real DD is being Jolly Roger flags. I'm more concerned about this Kevin guy that is full of meat people keep bringing up. It's concerning, right? That there's a man running around full of meat like that named Kevin. Girk's listeners have overlap with Q. Really? Okay. But that prompts me to want to do it, Elena, because I know that what the reaction will be. It'll be like a full fucking meltdown, and I think that's hysterical. Rickety cricket. All right, let's move on. Stock stuff. Oh yeah. What's up, Kool-Aid man? Kool-Aid man, I love that you're responsible for making me do YouTuber things. It is an infinite discount glitch, a user. But now that you've said it on the internet, we have an interesting saying in our language. The idiot has a rested mind. He will drag you down to his level and beat you with his experience. That's a Mark Twain quote. What language? Is this the language of the bears? Hold on. Is this MOASS? No. F F F F F F F F F F F F F. Why do people do that? Next time, show up by singing Samuel Clemens. I get it. $175 OPEX price target? That's pretty bullish. Conservatively, we don't have much of a chance at a run over 160. Like that 148 to 160 range is really where current contracts die off. Now, if a lot of interest picks up between there and 180, 200, then we can see higher price targets. But yeah, I would say that we're not likely to see much above that. If we do, it could get spicy though. The potential's there. Go full degen or I'm out of here. You know what? I'm just gonna take solace in the fact that he's spending all day watching every word I say. Battle Royale. He's boosting my view count. Yeah, now I have 31 viewers. Thanks, Charlie. Good guy, Charlie. Pumping my numbers. Charlie says you're begging for super chats. I've never heard you ask for one. What? I've definitely said, give me all your money. And I even did the finger guns. What the fuck, man? He calls his stream Fud Stop because he's the one-stop shop for FUD. I just assumed that he was a dying brick and mortar FUD store. How's it bag he threatens? Of course he doesn't. He wants Ko-Fi. Exactly. Give YouTube 40%. Can't make degenerate option plays when YouTube takes half the money. Hold on 1 second. I gotta grab a water. Okay, well then here's the rest of it. Everything else is some spicy 510s. Should I take out a loan or so I can super chat you the money? Pickle Morty, all I have to say to you is this. I did it for you, Pickle Morty. I turned myself into a pickle. EK, thank you so much for becoming a Long Johnson, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord for no reason. Just say hi.
Long Johnson. Long Johnson.
Like a false flag. Charlie's vids is amassing on my borders. Selling depreciating car at a profit, transforming it into tacos and GME leverage, share power for life, Awesome, Nutsaculan. Thank you so much, dude. SLD fake, like, shares burr. It looks that way, man. Do you see they're changing SLD to March 1st? No, they're changing the March deposit schedule. So after March, it moves to a new schedule. I did use it once, Fluffiosa. I missed a Ko-Fi. Thank you, Han. Is Charlie hashtag FSG? You'd have to ask him. I don't know. I guess I could just ask now. Charlie, are you part of the Foreskin gang, dude? I mean, we know he's got a helmet, right? Looks like a little pre-hedging for OPEX happening. Do you agree on that? It could be, but it doesn't, I don't know. Not like November. It doesn't seem the same. So I learned what FSG is. How is that common knowledge? Dude, you gotta lurk, man. After hours rip likelihood. Slim to none. Yeah, it doesn't look like we've, especially not today, the volume for this to be pre-hedging. But in the November run, most of the pre-hedging we saw occurred on Friday before, like the Friday of OPEC's expiry. Does the average CEO or executive, including Ryan Cohen, have proficient understanding of the derivative market and how it impacts their stock price? Maybe. I mean, they have investor relations people, and Ryan Cohen is a billionaire, likely has, you know, financial advisors or a team of financial advisors. So I'm sure they're aware to some degree. I think, you know, a lot of CEOs probably don't. Not really the same. Not really the same thing, right? Finance and running a business are kind of interestingly separated from each other. I think there was some article about Ryan not having a financial advisor. He just dumped all his money into Chewy, from Chewy into Apple and Wells Fargo. Yeah, I know. I mean, it's safe, right? Spyber is likely to pull down in after hours to close. Actually, I think the SPY bears are already pulling down. I think if anything, pressure is going to relieve in after hours. The news from the Fed was bullish as fuck. So this whole time we've been trading flat for the last 2 days. You're just seeing massive straddles. And as they pull those straddle positions out, it relieves the downward pressure on the stock. This happens a lot with the SPY. It's not like uncommon or secret knowledge. Anytime there's like big announcements and stuff with the market, you'll see this same kind of action play out. Sometimes though, the announcement, like if they'd come out and said no rate increase whatsoever without leaving that margin to go up to 0.25, or if they'd come out and announced, you know, a 0.5 or a 1.0 rate increase, the move, like that initial move back here, would have been way more dramatic. So this was a bullish announcement, but tempered with a little bit of fear. And you know the shorts are trying to get out because the mainstream media is spinning how bearish the Fed minutes were, even though they're not at all. I think the boom hunter broke. The only two moments I found when TA accurately predicts GameStop's movements is either when it is one, about to run, or two, being shorted into the ground. The rest of the time, it's a hodgepodge of false signals and low volume semi-breakout indicators. So, as we know, we're moving into OPEX here on the 18th, right? And we have that T+2 window to realize price action. This will be the highest spike of volume and volatility moving forward for a little while, generally speaking. With the exception of November, even November, this was still the highest price and highest volatility was realized at the peak of T+2. It just wasn't a lot of volume or volatility, right? After that, we will have settlement for a couple days. So T plus 2 more. And then wherever the week closes out, you can see a continuation of that T plus 2 on the following Monday, Tuesday. This Wednesday out here of the this will be Wednesday the 2nd. This is what we would be looking for a potential rollover event, right? And this would carry price action from the 2nd of March, so 3-2 through 3-10. If it occurs, we don't know. But if we're maintaining or stabilized our price from the peak of this run and continue forward without seeing a large decline in price, then this event obviously has lots of potential. I intend to move out of basically everything here at the beginning of this OPEX T plus 2, right? I will then be looking in this window for a re-entry if I feel that the stock is going to continue to run. But options will be at their peak on the peak of the run following OPEX. Or that's how it's played out historically. Clip it, even though you've explained it 100 times. Yep. T plus 2 is like the 22nd, 23rd. Theoretically, it could carry out until Wednesday or Thursday of next week because of the holiday. I think we'll see the covering occur before then, though, especially with the way our price has been going up lately. Spanakopita. Yep. It's called capturing profits because I have no faith in the continuation of a cycle based on the unreliability of the last two. The window for violent upside is next week. You guys know I wrote DD about this, right? If you weren't listening, the beauty of the stream is you can rewind it and listen again. I'm not selling my shares. Let me explain something really simple for the super smooth in the chat. Absolutely fucking ever. Why? Because I can sell fucking 200 plus covered calls a week. If the stock did absolutely fucking nothing, I could pay for all of my shares in 6 months. Yes, and unlike Moonwind, I won't get assigned. How much can you make off covered calls with 1,000 shares of GME? You make like $500 a week per 100 shares. If you're smart about it. $250 if you're really safe. Large number of FTDs March 1st. It's possible. You're in this to make money the whole time? Yep. I don't give a shit who goes to jail or what funds fail. I just want to get rich. Options is a strategic investment, Jason Bowers. They're just selling puts as deemed to own. Makes sense. Explain safe covered calls. During GME's downtrends, you can sell covered calls 10 to 20% out of the money or 5% above max pain pretty much at the beginning of every week. As long as you have the money to call them back, you'll just make money on Theta. Theta and IV on GME are very expensive, and so options premiums are highly valuable. During periods where the stock is going to run, like when Moonwind sells them, you risk assignment, which means selling your shares at the strike that you sold the contract at. That's bad. appropriate shame for Moonwind, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, moving on. There's not a lot that options as a strategic investment doesn't cover. If you get a sign, do you get the premium plus the strike? Yes. They can also be hedged by buying near the money put or near the money calls. There's lots of different strategies. There's can use the premium to double down on the bearish play by buying puts. There's lots of things you can do. Less safe, that's risky, but here's your cut of the shill money, bud. Thanks for the shout out. You got it, Lawrence G. McMillan. So yeah, I have zero incentive to ever sell my shares outside of a short squeeze. What should we expect for tomorrow? More hedging on low volume? Probably, yeah. We got, 2% increase today, so we could see a little bit. We could see a little bit of downside. There's not that much hedging for a 2% bump. Does hedging mean a sell-off on GME? No. This would be positive delta hedging, which would mean that shares need to be purchased in order to maintain a delta neutral on the options chain for the market makers. You can trade options with butterflies or iron condors. Yeah. Those are complicated though, and I don't think a lot of people in here are at that level. Don't say anything important. I'm gonna rewind and watch the rest now. Yeah, they are better and cheaper. I'm aware. But complex and harder to unwind. They require skill at trading. There aren't a huge amount of shares available to borrow. Will you sell your GME shares if it drops to $40 and stays there for a year with little or no value on the options chain for making money from covered calls? I mean, that would require the company to fail in its goals, which is, I mean, obviously another story. Last time we were under 2 milli volume for a day. It's been a while. Our average volume has been pretty high lately. What about the great big American California iron contour? Even more complicated than the original. Thanks, Johnny A. All right, guys. Thank you for tuning in tonight. Have a great one, and I'll see you tomorrow, bright and early, 9 a.m. Bye, guys.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
Not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog. Not an advisor. Frigulon.